Journal entry number 63, 15th October, 1895. As I sit in my study this evening, the firelight cast in dancing shadows across these pages, I find myself compelled to record the strangest case Holmes and I ever encountered. One where a fellow traveller vanished from within a locked carriage while 6 pairs of eyes watched the very space he had occupied, and where Holmes met his match in the art of disappearing, though he would later claim the victory belonged entirely to human ingenuity rather than supernatural intervention. The flames flicker lower now as I write, and I am reminded of that other lamplight, the swaying, uncertain glow of the carriage lamp that illuminated one of the most perplexing mysteries of our partnership. It was a case that taught me that the most profound disappearances are not always physical, and that sometimes the greatest magic lies not in vanishing, but in helping another soul find the courage to reappear. I confess that memory, like firelight, casts its own shadows, sometimes illuminating details with startling clarity while leaving others in comfortable darkness. Yet this particular case remains as vivid in my recollection as if it occurred yesterday, rather than 3 years past. Perhaps it's because the mystery began and ended within the intimate confines of a night coach, where strangers become temporary companions, and where the ordinary boundaries of Victorian propriety soften in the democratic discomfort of shared travel. It was a Tuesday evening in early October of 1892 when Holmes announced with characteristic abruptness that we would be taking the overnight coach to Canterbury rather than the morning train. I had been absorbed in reviewing case notes at our Baker Street lodgings when he emerged from his bedroom, already dressed in his travelling clothes, carrying a modest valise and wearing that particular expression of focused intensity that I had learned to associate with his most intriguing pursuits. "Watson," said he, settling into his armchair with the fluid grace of a cat, "I trust you have no pressing medical appointments tomorrow morning." I looked up from my notes, observing the subtle signs that indicated Holmes was in the grip of one of his professional enthusiasms. His eyes held that bright, alert quality that appeared when his remarkable mind was engaged with a puzzle, and his fingers drummed a silent rhythm against the arm of his chair. A habit I had noticed appeared whenever he was working through the early stages of a complex problem. "Nothing that cannot be rearranged," I replied, setting aside my pen. "May I inquire as to our destination and the nature of our business?" Holmes reached for his pipe, his movements deliberate and measured. "Canterbury, my dear fellow. There is a matter of some delicacy that requires investigation, a question of identity and inheritance that has come to the attention of our client through rather unusual circumstances." He paused to light his pipe, the match flame briefly illuminating his aquiline features. "However, it is not the case itself that necessitates our unconventional mode of transportation, but rather the opportunity it presents for observation." "Observation?" I inquired, though I had learned that Holmes's methods often involved studying human nature in its most unguarded moments. "Indeed. You see, Watson, there is something uniquely revealing about night travel by coach, the intimacy of shared space, the vulnerability that comes with darkness and fatigue, the way strangers begin to shed their daytime personas. All of these factors create conditions that are most illuminating to one who knows how to observe." He drew thoughtfully on his pipe. Our fellow passengers tonight include several individuals whose testimony may prove relevant to our investigation. What better way to assess their characters than to share their journey? I had long since ceased to question Holmes's unconventional approaches to detection, having witnessed too many occasions when his seemingly eccentric methods yielded extraordinary results. Within an hour, we had secured our seats on the Canterbury night coach, and were making our way through the fog-shrouded streets of London toward the coaching inn, where our journey would commence. The October evening had settled into that peculiar London atmosphere, where gas lamps struggled against the persistent fog, creating small pools of amber light that seemed to float disconnected in the grey darkness. The clip-clop of our hansome's horse echoed hollowly off the wet cobblestones, and I found myself reflecting on how the city transformed itself at night, becoming something altogether more mysterious and intimate than its daytime self. "Tell me, Holmes," I said as we swayed gently with the motion of our cab, "what manner of individuals should we expect as our travelling companions?" Holmes smiled that slight curve of the lips that indicated he had anticipated my question. "Ah, that is precisely what makes the exercise so interesting, Watson. I know only what our client has revealed, that among tonight's passengers will be individuals connected, however peripherally, to the matter at hand. Beyond that, we enter the realm of pure observation and deduction." The coaching inn, when we reached it, presented a scene of organised chaos that was familiar to anyone who had travelled by public conveyance. Ostlers attended to horses with practised efficiency, their movements sure despite the challenging light. Steam rose from the flanks of the animals in the cool evening air, and the smell of leather, hay, and warm horseflesh created an atmosphere that was both primitive and oddly comforting. Our coach was a substantial vehicle, built for distance rather than luxury, though not without its own rough comfort. The exterior gleamed with fresh paint despite its obvious age, and the brass fittings had been polished to a warm shine. 6 passengers it would carry, arranged on 2 benches facing each other, with a modest space in the centre for feet and small luggage. As we approached, I could see that several of our fellow travellers had already arrived. An elderly woman in the dress of a governess or companion stood near the coach step, her posture erect despite what I estimated to be her 70 years. Her clothing, though well maintained, showed the careful mending and attention to detail that spoke of genteel poverty, a condition I had observed frequently in those whose education and breeding exceeded their financial circumstances. She carried herself with quiet dignity, but my medical training allowed me to notice the slight tremor in her hands as she adjusted her worn leather reticule. The tremor was rhythmic and present even at rest, suggesting the early stages of what I had learned to recognize as paralysis agitans, though she seemed to manage it with admirable composure. Near her stood a young man of perhaps 25 years, his nervous energy evident in his constant shifting from foot to foot, and the way his eyes darted about the scene. His dress marked him as a clerk or minor office worker. His suit was of good quality, but not expensive, and his hands bore the telltale stains of a man who worked with ink and ledgers. There was something about his demeanour that suggested anxiety beyond the normal concerns of night travel, a tension that seemed to run deeper than mere nervousness about the journey ahead. The third member of our party to have arrived early was a woman in mourning dress, her black crepe veil arranged to conceal her features while still allowing her to navigate safely. Her posture spoke of recent grief, not the dramatic collapse of fresh sorrow, but the weary exhaustion that comes with months of carrying loss. She stood apart from the others, maintaining that careful distance that the newly bereaved often require. As Holmes and I approached with our luggage, I noticed him taking in these details with his characteristic thoroughness, though his observations were so subtle as to be nearly invisible to the casual observer. His eyes moved from one passenger to another, cataloguing details with the precision of a naturalist studying specimens, yet his manner remained perfectly sociable and unremarkable. "A varied group," I murmured as we drew near enough for conversation. "Indeed," Holmes replied quietly. "And notice, Watson, that we are still lacking 2 passengers. The coach seats 6, and I count only 3 awaiting boarding, plus ourselves." As if summoned by his observation, the final 2 travellers arrived almost simultaneously. The first was a prosperous-looking gentleman of middle years, his dress and bearing suggesting successful commerce rather than inherited wealth. His coat was of excellent material and cut. His boots showed the high polish that comes only from professional attention, and his watch chain proclaimed both success and a certain pride in that success. Yet there was something about his manner, a quality of watchfulness perhaps, or an alertness that seemed inconsistent with the comfortable confidence his appearance suggested. The final passenger proved to be a woman of perhaps 40 years, simply but respectably dressed, with the kind of practical bearing that suggested capability and self-reliance. Her travelling bag was well worn but sturdy, and she carried herself with the unconscious competence of one accustomed to managing her own affairs. Yet, as she approached our group, I noticed that her eyes sought out the elderly governess with what seemed like recognition, though neither woman acknowledged the other directly. The coachman, a weathered man whose expertise was evident in every aspect of his preparation, announced that we would be departing momentarily. The ostlers completed their work with the fresh horses, 4 magnificent animals whose breath created small clouds in the cooling air, and began the process of loading luggage and settling passengers. Holmes and I found ourselves seated on the forward-facing bench alongside the merchant gentleman, while the 3 women occupied the rear-facing seats with the nervous young clerk between them. The arrangement placed us all within easy conversational distance, yet allowed for the subtle observations that Holmes favoured. As the coach began to move, the familiar rhythm of wheels on cobblestone and the gentle swaying motion created an atmosphere of intimacy that seemed to lower the usual barriers between strangers. The interior lamp cast a warm, flickering light that illuminated faces while leaving corners in shadow, and I found myself thinking that Holmes had been quite correct about the unique qualities of night travel by coach. "A pleasant evening for a journey," the merchant observed, settling back into his seat with every appearance of comfort. His voice was cultured, with just a hint of an accent that I could not immediately place, though I confess I prefer the certainty of the railway to the vagaries of road travel. "Indeed," agreed the elderly governess, speaking for the first time since our departure. Her voice was clear and well modulated, with the precise diction of one who had spent years teaching proper speech. Yet There is something to be said for the leisurely pace of coach travel. One sees the countryside properly, rather than having it flash past in a blur. The young clerk shifted nervously in his seat, his hands fidgeting with a small leather portfolio he carried. "I've never travelled this way before," he admitted, his voice carrying a note of anxiety. "The railway seems so much more reliable." "Oh, but you mustn't worry," said the woman in practical dress, her tone gentle and reassuring. "The coachmen who work these routes are exceedingly skilled. I've travelled this way many times, and I can assure you that their knowledge of the roads is quite comprehensive." Holmes, I noticed, was listening to these exchanges with polite attention while making his own subtle observations. His eyes moved from speaker to speaker, cataloguing not just their words, but their postures, gestures, and the small unconscious behaviours that revealed character more clearly than any direct statement. The woman in morning dress had remained silent, her veiled face turned toward the window, though what she could see through the glass in the darkness I could not imagine. Yet there was something about her stillness that suggested attention rather than withdrawal, as if she were listening intently to every word spoken around her. "Are you travelling on business?" the governess inquired of the merchant, her tone carrying the kind of polite interest that facilitates civilized conversation among strangers. "In a manner of speaking," he replied, though something in his tone suggested the answer was not entirely candid. "And you, madam? Family obligations, perhaps?" "A new position," she answered simply. "After many years in one household, I find myself seeking fresh circumstances." Her hands, I noticed, trembled slightly more as she spoke, though her voice remained steady. The young clerk looked up from his portfolio with sudden interest. "A governess position? How interesting." I worked, in an office that handles domestic staff placements, among other affairs. Though I suppose I should say I worked there until quite recently. "Oh," the practical woman inquired gently, "a change of circumstances for you as well?" The clerk's nervous energy seemed to increase at the question. "Yes, you might say that. Sometimes one finds it necessary to seek new opportunities." Quite suddenly, I caught Holmes's eye and saw that slight narrowing of his gaze that indicated his attention had been captured by something significant in the exchange. Though what had interested him, I could not immediately determine. As our coach rolled through the London suburbs and into the countryside beyond, the conversation continued in this desultory fashion, the kind of careful social interaction that maintains civility while revealing surprisingly little about the participants. Yet I found myself increasingly aware that beneath the surface, pleasantries, currents of tension and unspoken knowledge flowed among our small group. The lamp swayed gently with the coach's motion, creating shifting patterns of light and shadow that seemed to emphasize the mysterious quality of our circumstances. Outside, the fog had thickened, muffling the sounds of our passage and creating the sense that we travelled through a world apart from the ordinary realm of daylight and solid certainties. Holmes, I observed, had settled into that state of relaxed alertness that I had learned to recognize as his most productive mental condition. His body appeared at rest, but his mind was clearly engaged in the complex process of observation and analysis that was his greatest gift. As the miles passed beneath our wheels and London fell away behind us, I found myself wondering what secrets our fellow passengers carried, and what revelations the night might bring. Little did I know that before our journey's end, one of those passengers would vanish as completely as if the earth had swallowed him whole, and Holmes would face one of the most perplexing challenges of his remarkable career. The coach rolled on through the foggy darkness, carrying us toward a mystery that would challenge everything I thought I understood about the possible and the impossible, and toward a demonstration of human ingenuity that would remain with me for the rest of my days. The steady rhythm of wheels upon the Canterbury road had settled into a hypnotic cadence by the time our small community of travellers began to reveal themselves more fully. As I reflect upon that evening now, I marvel at how proximity and shared journey can strip away the careful facades we maintain in our daily lives, allowing glimpses of character that might otherwise remain forever hidden. Holmes had positioned himself in the corner of our bench with his characteristic economy of movement, appearing to doze, while maintaining that alert stillness I had learned indicated his most intense periods of observation. The merchant beside us, who had introduced himself as Mr. Edmund Blackwood of the city, seemed determined to maintain conversation, though I detected beneath his affable manner a quality of nervous energy that reminded me of patients I had treated for disorders of the digestive system brought on by prolonged anxiety. "Remarkable weather we've been having," Blackwood observed, adjusting his position as the coach swayed around a gentle curve. "Though I confess I find October evenings possess a melancholy beauty that quite suits my present frame of mind." The elderly governess, Miss Adelaide Fairfax, as she had quietly introduced herself, looked up from the small volume of poetry she had been attempting to read by the uncertain lamplight. "Indeed, Mr. Blackwood, there is something about autumn that encourages reflection upon the passages of life, is there not? The changing of seasons mirrors our own transformations." Her words carried a weight that seemed to resonate with our entire company. I noticed that the woman in morning dress shifted slightly at Miss Fairfax's observation, her gloved hands tightening almost imperceptibly upon the small prayer book she held. Even in her grief, or perhaps because of it, she maintained an awareness of our conversations that suggested intelligence and sensitivity beneath her protective veil of sorrow. The young clerk, who had reluctantly provided his name as Timothy Ashford when pressed by Blackwood's gregarious inquiries, fidgeted with increasing frequency as the journey progressed. My medical training had taught me to recognize the physical manifestations of psychological distress, and young Ashford displayed several classic symptoms. Rapid pulse, evidenced by the visible beating of the artery at his temple, shallow breathing, and the kind of restless movement that indicates a mind in turmoil. "Mr. Ashford," I ventured gently, drawing upon my bedside manner, "forgive my professional concern, but you appear somewhat unwell, perhaps motion sickness. I carry a small medical kit if you require assistance." The young man's eyes darted to mine with an expression that seemed equal parts gratitude and alarm. "Thank you, Dr. Watson. Most kind of you to offer. I confess I am not accustomed to travel, and the motion combined with certain personal circumstances has left me rather unsettled. Personal circumstances often prove more disturbing to our equilibrium than physical discomfort," observed Miss Fairfax, with the kind of gentle wisdom I had come to associate with those who had spent their lives in service to others. I have found that sharing one's burdens, even with sympathetic strangers, can provide unexpected relief. The practical woman, who had introduced herself simply as Mrs. Caroline Hayes, nodded in agreement. Indeed, there is something about the intimacy of coach travel that encourages confession. Perhaps it is knowing that come morning we shall part ways and return to our separate lives. At this observation, I noticed Holmes's eyes open slightly, though he maintained his pose of relaxed inattention. Mrs. Hayes had inadvertently touched upon precisely the phenomenon that had drawn his interest to this particular mode of travel, and I could sense his heightened attention to the dynamics developing within our small enclosed world. Young Ashford seemed to struggle with some internal debate before speaking again. It is most irregular to burden strangers with personal difficulties, he said, his voice barely audible above the coach's movement. Yet I find myself in circumstances so unprecedented that conventional guidance seems inadequate, my dear boy, said Blackwood with apparent warmth. Surely whatever troubles you cannot be so severe as to warrant such distress. In my experience in commerce, I have found that most difficulties, however daunting they appear, yield to careful analysis and determined action. The irony of Blackwood, offering advice about facing difficulties, was not lost on me, given the undertone of anxiety I had detected in his own manner. Yet his words seemed to provide Ashford with the encouragement he needed to continue. I have recently discovered, Ashford began, his hands worrying at the leather portfolio, that my employer, the firm where I have worked these past 3 years, has been engaged in practices that I cannot in good conscience support. When I attempted to address these concerns through proper channels, I found that my position had become untenable. Ah, murmured Miss Fairfax with evident sympathy. The courage to maintain one's principles often comes at considerable personal cost. You have my admiration, young man, though I fear such integrity frequently leads to difficult circumstances. Mrs. Hayes leaned forward slightly, her expression one of genuine concern. And now you find yourself seeking new employment. In Canterbury, perhaps. In a manner of speaking, Ashford replied, though something in his tone suggested the situation was more complex than a simple change of position. I have contacts in Canterbury who may be able to assist me in finding a fresh start, though I confess the prospect of beginning anew is both frightening and liberating. The woman in mourning, who had remained silent throughout these exchanges, finally spoke, her voice soft but clear. Sometimes a fresh start is precisely what Providence provides, even when we cannot see the purpose in our suffering. She paused, and I heard her take a steadying breath. My late husband often said that our greatest challenges frequently prove to be our most valuable teachers, though the lessons may take years to appreciate. This first contribution to our conversation seemed to unlock something in her manner, and I sensed that beneath her grief lay a spirit of considerable strength. Her words carried the particular authority that comes only from personal experience of loss and recovery. Wise words, madame. Blackwood agreed, though I noticed a slight tightening around his eyes at her mention of teaching and challenges. Though I confess there are some difficulties that test even the most philosophical disposition, Holmes stirred slightly at this exchange, and I recognized the subtle signs that indicated his particular interest had been engaged. The interplay of revelations and concealments among our fellow travellers was creating exactly the kind of psychological laboratory that he found most illuminating. Miss Fairfax closed her book of poetry, marking her place with a ribbon before addressing Blackwood directly. "You speak as one who has personal acquaintance with such testing circumstances, Mr. Blackwood. Forgive my observation, but your manner suggests a gentleman carrying burdens of his own. For the first time since our journey began, Blackwood's affable composure faltered slightly. A shadow crossed his features, and his hands clenched briefly before he regained his controlled demeanour. Most perceptive, Miss Fairfax. Indeed, I find myself travelling to Canterbury on business that may well determine the future course of my life. Business of a legal nature? Inquired Mrs. Hayes, with the kind of direct practicality that characterised her contributions to our conversation. Among other considerations, Blackwood replied carefully, "There are matters of inheritance and identity that require resolution. Questions that have remained unanswered for far too long, and which now demand attention regardless of personal cost." I observed Holmes's reaction to this revelation with interest. His posture remained unchanged, but I detected the slight shift in his breathing that indicated intense mental activity. The connection between Blackwood's admission and our original purpose in travelling to Canterbury was too obvious to ignore, though I knew better than to expect Holmes to reveal his hand prematurely. The coach jolted slightly as we encountered a rougher section of road, causing us all to adjust our positions and momentarily interrupting the flow of conversation. In the brief silence that followed, I became aware of the sounds surrounding us, the rhythmic beating of hooves, the creak of leather and wood, the distant call of a night bird, and beneath it all the subtle sounds of human breathing and movement that create the intimate atmosphere of shared confinement. "I find it curious," observed Mrs. Hayes thoughtfully, "how we 6 strangers have each chosen this particular journey on this particular night. Surely the odds against such a convergence of circumstances must be considerable." Miss Fairfax smiled with evident amusement. "My dear Mrs. Hayes, in my experience as a governess, I have learned that coincidence is far more common than we might suppose. Children, for instance, frequently surprise us by arriving at similar conclusions through entirely independent reasoning. Perhaps we adults do the same, following invisible currents of necessity toward common destinations. Or perhaps, suggested the morning woman with a hint of humour in her voice, we are all simply fleeing something, and Canterbury represents the nearest refuge from our various troubles. This observation produced a moment of rueful laughter from our company, though I noticed that each person's response carried undertones that suggested uncomfortable accuracy in her assessment. Even Holmes's lips curved slightly at the comment, though whether from appreciation of her insight or recognition of deeper implications, I could not determine. Young Ashford looked around our small group with an expression approaching wonder. It is remarkable how honest one becomes in circumstances such as these. In my ordinary life, in my former life, I should say, such personal revelations would be unthinkable among strangers. "There is safety in transience," Blackwood agreed. "Tomorrow we shall return to our separate lives, carrying only memories of this evening's conversation. Such anonymity encourages a freedom from the usual constraints of social position and reputation." As he spoke these words, I noticed a curious thing. Miss Fairfax and Mrs. Hayes exchanged the briefest of glances, so quick and subtle that I might have imagined it had I not been specifically trained to observe human behaviour through my medical practice. The look suggested recognition or shared knowledge, though neither woman had previously acknowledged any acquaintance. Holmes, I was certain, had also observed this exchange, though his relaxed posture gave no indication of heightened interest. His ability to catalogue such details while maintaining an appearance of casual inattention was one of his most valuable skills as a consulting detective. The conversation continued to flow with the peculiar intimacy that our circumstances encouraged. Ms. Fairfax spoke with evident nostalgia about her years in service to families of declining fortune, painting a picture of a life spent adapting to constant change while maintaining dignity and purpose. Her stories revealed not only her own resilience, but also her deep understanding of human nature in all its complexity. Mrs. Hayes proved equally fascinating in her quiet way, describing a life of practical independence that was unusual for a woman of her time and class. She spoke of managing her late husband's business interests, of travelling alone on commercial matters, and of the particular challenges faced by women who must navigate a world designed for masculine authority. Her manner suggested competence and determination, yet also hinted at loneliness and the weight of solitary responsibility. The morning woman, who finally introduced herself as Mrs. Helen Bramwell, gradually revealed something of her circumstances through careful, measured contributions to our discussion. Her husband had been a clergyman, she told us, and his death 6 months prior had left her facing not only personal grief, but also the practical necessity of vacating the parsonage where they had lived for 15 years. It is strange, she observed, how death strips away not only the beloved person, but also the entire structure of life that surrounded them. I find myself not merely grieving James, but mourning the loss of my role, my home, my place in the community, everything that defined my existence for so many years. Her words created a moment of profound silence in our small space. As each of us contemplated the fragility of the circumstances we had built our lives upon, I thought of my own experience with sudden change, the abrupt end of my military service through wounds received in Afghanistan, the equally abrupt beginning of my association with Holmes, and recognized the truth of her observation about the comprehensive nature of life's disruptions. Young Ashford seemed particularly affected by Mrs. Bramwell's words. "Yes," he said quietly, "that captures it exactly. When I discovered the true nature of my employer's activities, it was not simply a matter of finding new work. Everything I thought I knew about my life, my prospects, my place in the world, all of it became uncertain in an instant. And yet," Miss Fairfax added gently, "such upheavals, however painful, often prove to be opportunities in disguise. My own career has been a series of endings that became beginnings, though I confess each transition required considerable courage to navigate." Blackwood had grown increasingly quiet during these exchanges, and I observed signs of mounting tension in his posture and breathing. Whatever business awaited him in Canterbury, it clearly weighed heavily upon his mind. When he finally spoke again, his voice carried a note of strain that had been absent in his earlier gregarious manner. "Courage," he repeated thoughtfully. "Yes, that is precisely what such circumstances demand. The courage to face consequences that cannot be avoided, to acknowledge truths that cannot be changed, and to accept outcomes that cannot be controlled." His words seemed to hang in the air like a confession, though of what specific nature I could not determine. Holmes's stillness had become absolute, suggesting that Blackwood's statement had provided some crucial piece of information that would prove significant to our investigation. The lamp flickered as we travelled through a particularly dark stretch of road, creating dancing shadows that emphasized the intimate confessional atmosphere of our journey. Outside, I could hear the wind picking up, adding its voice to the symphony of night sounds that surrounded our small, moving world. Mrs. Hayes shifted in her seat, adjusting her travelling bag with movements that seemed somehow purposeful. "Mr. Blackwood," she said carefully, "your earlier mention of inheritance matters suggests you may be travelling to meet with legal representatives." "Among others," he replied, though his reluctance to elaborate was evident. "There are family connections to be explored, relationships to be clarified, obligations to be fulfilled. Matters that have been long delayed but can no longer be avoided." I caught Holmes's eye and saw the slight narrowing of his gaze that indicated his recognition of significant information. Our original client's case had indeed involved questions of inheritance and family relationships, though the specific details were known only to Holmes at this point in our journey. The hours passed with this curious mixture of revelation and concealment, each passenger sharing enough of their circumstances to create sympathy and understanding while carefully preserving their deepest secrets. It was, I reflect, a perfect microcosm of human interaction, the delicate balance between the need for connection and the instinct for self-protection. As the night deepened around us and our coach continued its steady progress toward Canterbury, I found myself wondering what dawn would reveal about the true nature of our fellow travellers and the mysterious connections that had brought us together on this particular journey. The seeds of intimacy and trust had been planted in our small travelling community, yet I sensed that the most significant revelations lay ahead of us. Little did I know that before our journey reached its conclusion, the very fabric of reality within our confined space would be challenged, and one of our companions would demonstrate that the most remarkable disappearances occur not through supernatural intervention, but through the application of human ingenuity to the art of becoming invisible in plain sight. The coach rolled on through the darkness, carrying us toward a mystery that would forever change my understanding of what was possible within the boundaries of the everyday world. The first intimation that our journey would prove far more extraordinary than any of us had anticipated came with the gradual slowing of our coach as we approached what I would later learn was the Pilgrim's Rest Inn, a modest establishment that served as a changing station for the Canterbury route. The rhythmic cadence that had lulled us into our intimate conversations began to falter, and I felt the familiar sensation of deceleration as our driver applied the brake. "Ah?" observed Mr. Blackwood, consulting his pocket watch with the practiced gesture of a man accustomed to precise scheduling. "We are making excellent time. This must be our scheduled stop for fresh horses." Through the small window of our coach, I could make out the warm glow of lamplight spilling from the inn's windows, creating pools of welcoming amber against the darkness that had settled completely over the countryside. The fog that had accompanied us since London had thickened considerably, transforming the landscape into a mysterious realm where familiar objects took on strange and ethereal qualities. Holmes stirred from his position of apparent rest, and I noticed that subtle alteration in his bearing that indicated his transition from passive observation to active attention. His eyes moved systematically from passenger to passenger, cataloguing details, with the precision of a scientist recording experimental data. How long is our stop expected to be inquired? Mrs. Hayes, gathering her travelling bag with the efficient movements of an experienced traveller. 20 minutes, perhaps 30, replied. Miss Fairfax, who seemed knowledgeable about the customs of coach travel. Time enough for the ostlers to change the horses and for passengers to refresh themselves if desired. The coach came to a complete halt with the gentle settling motion that marked the end of our moving sanctuary. Outside, I could hear the immediate bustle of activity as the inn's staff emerged to attend to our arrival. The voices of ostlers calling to one another, the stamping and snorting of fresh horses being brought forward, and the general controlled chaos that accompanies such mechanical precision. Our driver, a weathered man whose competence had been evident throughout our journey, appeared at the coach door with the kind of professional courtesy that comes from years of managing passengers. "Pilgrim's Rest, ladies and gentlemen," he announced, his voice carrying clearly despite the fog. 25 minutes for the changing of horses. Those wishing refreshment will find the inn well provided, though I'd recommend staying close, as the fog makes the roads treacherous for those unfamiliar with the way young Ashford was the first to disembark, his nervous energy finally finding an outlet in movement. He stepped down, with visible relief, immediately beginning to pace back and forth beside the coach, with the restless motion of one who had found prolonged confinement nearly unbearable. Mrs. Bramwell followed, moving with the careful dignity that had characterized all her actions during our journey. The inn's lamplight caught the edge of her mourning veil, creating a momentary effect that made her appear almost spectral against the fog-shrouded courtyard. "I believe I shall take a brief walk," she announced quietly, "to clear my head before we continue. The air within the coach, while pleasant enough, has grown rather close." Miss Fairfax accepted assistance in descending from the coach, her age and the slight tremor in her hands making the step somewhat challenging. Once on solid ground, however, she moved with surprising steadiness toward the inn's entrance. "A cup of tea would be most welcome," she observed, addressing our small group. "Would anyone care to join me?" Mrs. Hayes nodded with evident pleasure. "Indeed, that sounds perfectly restorative. Mr. Blackwood, Dr. Watson, Mr. Holmes." I glanced at Holmes, who had descended from the coach and was standing with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying our surroundings, with that particular intensity I had learned to recognize as his detective mind, fully engaged. The fog swirled around the inn's courtyard, creating shifting patterns of visibility and concealment that seemed to fascinate him. "Thank you, no," Holmes replied absently, his attention focused on some aspect of our environment that had captured his interest. "I find the evening air quite sufficient for my needs." Blackwood hesitated, his hand resting on the coach door as if reluctant to move too far from our conveyance. "I believe I shall remain here," he decided finally, though something in his manner suggested the decision cost him some effort. "I find myself disinclined to venture into unfamiliar establishments, particularly in such weather." And so, our small community dispersed temporarily, Miss Fairfax and Mrs. Hayes disappeared into the warm glow of the inn's interior. Mrs. Bramwell began a solitary walk around the courtyard's perimeter. Young Ashford continued his restless pacing. Holmes conducted his systematic examination of our surroundings, and Blackwood remained near the coach, occasionally consulting his watch with increasing frequency. I positioned myself where I could observe both our scattered company and the efficient work of the ostlers as they unharnessed our tired horses and brought forward their replacements. The new animals were magnificent specimens, strong, well-groomed creatures whose breath created dramatic clouds in the cold air. The precision and speed with which the team worked spoke of years of practice and the kind of professional pride that ensures reliable service. The fog continued to thicken, creating an almost otherworldly atmosphere, where familiar sounds seemed both muffled and amplified. I could hear the distant murmur of conversation from within the inn, punctuated by the occasional clink of crockery and the soft laughter of feminine voices. From the stable area came the rhythmic sounds of equine movement and the low voices of the ostlers as they attended to their charges. Holmes had begun what appeared to be a casual circuit of the courtyard, though I recognized his method of systematic observation. He paused frequently, examining details that would have been invisible to the ordinary observer. Scratches in the cobblestones, the pattern of wear around the inn's entrance, the arrangement of equipment and supplies that spoke to the establishment's methods and clientele. Fascinating, he murmured as he passed near my position, though whether he was dressing me or merely thinking aloud, I could not determine young Ashford's pacing had taken him toward the far edge of the courtyard, where the fog grew so thick that his figure appeared and disappeared like a phantom. His nervous energy seemed to increase, rather than diminish with movement, and I found myself wondering what specific anxieties drove his restlessness. Mr. Blackwood remained steadfastly near our coach, engaging in what appeared to be casual conversation with the driver, though his frequent glances toward the inn's entrance suggested a preoccupation with the movements of our female companions. His earlier gregariousness had given way to a watchful tension that seemed to increase as our stop progressed. Mrs. Bramwell's solitary walk had taken her in the opposite direction from Ashford's pacing, and I occasionally glimpsed her dark figure moving slowly along the courtyard's edge, like a morning spirit made manifest by the fog. There was something deeply melancholy about her isolated movement, yet also a quality of determination that suggested strength beneath her grief. The 25 minutes allotted for our stop passed with surprising rapidity. The ostlers completed their work with practiced efficiency, and I heard the driver's call that we would be departing momentarily. Miss Fairfax and Mrs. Hayes emerged from the inn with expressions of evident satisfaction, their cheeks pink from the warmth, and their manner suggesting that their brief respite had been thoroughly restorative. "Most refreshing," Miss Fairfax announced as she approached our coach. "The inn maintains excellent standards, and the proprietress was most welcoming." Mrs. Hayes nodded in agreement. "Indeed, and we had the most interesting conversation with a local gentleman who provided fascinating details about the history of this route. Did you know that this inn has served travellers for more than 3 centuries? As they spoke, I noticed Holmes moving with increased purposefulness, gathering our scattered company with subtle gestures, and strategic positioning that would have appeared entirely natural to the casual observer. Young Ashford responded to his unspoken direction, abandoning his pacing to approach the coach. Mrs. Bramwell, too, began to make her way back from her solitary walk, her dark figure materializing from the fog like a wraith returning to the world of the living. "All aboard, if you please," called the driver, his professional cheerfulness undiminished by the challenging conditions. "The fog's getting thicker, and I'd prefer to make good time while the roads remain passable." It was at this moment, as we began the process of re-entering our coach, that the impossible occurred. I had been observing our reboarding with the kind of casual attention one pays to routine activities, noting the order in which passengers returned to their seats and ensuring that all personal belongings were properly secured. Miss Fairfax entered first, settling into her accustomed position with the careful movements of age. Mrs. Hayes followed, taking her place beside the elderly governess with the easy efficiency of an experienced traveller. Mrs. Bramwell entered next, her morning dress rustling softly as she arranged herself on the rear-facing bench. Young Ashford bounded up the coach steps with the energetic relief of one eager to resume the journey, taking his position between the two ladies with apologetic courtesy. I followed, settling into my corner of the forward-facing bench, and automatically beginning the mental inventory of passengers and luggage that my medical training had made habitual. Holmes entered last, as was his custom, pausing briefly to exchange some final words with the driver before taking his accustomed place beside me. The coach door closed with its familiar solid sound. The driver's whip cracked in the distance, and we began to move forward into the fog-shrouded night. It was only after we had travelled, perhaps, a quarter-mile from the Pilgrim's Rest that the impossible nature of our circumstances became apparent. I had been engaged in casual conversation with Miss Fairfax about the historical details she had learned at the inn when some subtle wrongness in the configuration of our small space, caused me to look around with increased attention. The realization struck me with the force of a physical blow. Mr. Blackwood was not among us. I blinked, certain that my eyes were playing tricks in the uncertain lamplight, but there could be no mistake. The forward-facing bench, which had previously accommodated Holmes, Blackwood, and myself, now held only Holmes and me. The space where Blackwood had sat throughout our journey was simply, unaccountably empty. "Good heavens," I exclaimed, my medical training immediately asserting itself, as I wondered if I was experiencing some form of temporary confusion or disorientation. "Where is Mr. Blackwood?" The question seemed to electrify our small company. Every head turned toward the vacant space with expressions ranging from bewilderment to alarm. Miss Fairfax clutched her poetry book with hands that trembled more noticeably than before, while Mrs. Hayes leaned forward with the kind of sharp attention that suggested a mind rapidly processing impossible information. "He was there," said young Ashford, with the certainty of youth, pointing at the empty space. "He was standing right beside the coach when I got in. I remember distinctly, because he asked me to mind his valise as I passed." "Yes," agreed Mrs. Bramwell, her voice carrying the authority of absolute certainty. "He was definitely present when we began boarding. I recall him commenting on the thickness of the fog as I approached the coach." Mrs. Hayes nodded emphatically. "I saw him clearly when Miss Fairfax and I returned from the inn. He was engaged in conversation with the driver, consulting his watch, as he has done repeatedly throughout our journey. Miss Fairfax looked around our small space with the methodical thoroughness of one accustomed to keeping track of multiple charges. "His travelling bag is gone as well," she observed, with the kind of practical attention to detail that had served her well in her professional life. The small leather valise he carried when we began our journey. I found myself applying the systematic approach that my medical education had ingrained, examining the situation as I would a puzzling diagnosis. "Let me understand this correctly," I said, addressing our group. "We all observed Mr. Blackwood present, and accounted for when we stopped at the Pilgrim's Rest. We each saw him during our time at the inn." "Actually," interrupted Holmes quietly, speaking for the first time since my alarming discovery, "that is not entirely accurate, Watson." Every eye turned toward him with the desperate attention of drowning persons grasping for rescue. His calm demeanour in the face of our collective bewilderment was both reassuring and somehow more unsettling than open alarm would have been. "What do you mean, Mr. Holmes?" asked Mrs. Hayes, her practical nature demanding precise information. "I mean," Holmes replied with characteristic precision, "that while we each believe we observed Mr. Blackwood during our stop, a careful review of the actual sequence of events reveals certain inconsistencies." Young Ashford shifted nervously in his seat. "But I spoke with him," he protested. "He asked me about my valise, warned me to keep it secure in the fog." "And yet," Holmes continued gently, "when exactly did this conversation occur? Before you began your pacing? After? During one of your circuits of the courtyard?" Ashford's face showed the kind of confusion I had observed in patients struggling to recall the details of traumatic events. That is, it must have been—" He paused, his expression growing increasingly troubled. "I cannot quite place the precise moment." "Mrs. Bramwell," Holmes addressed the mourning woman with courteous attention, "you mentioned that Mr. Blackwood commented on the fog as you approached the coach for reboarding." "Yes," she replied, though I detected a note of uncertainty creeping into her voice. "At least, I remember someone making such a comment. In the fog, with everyone speaking at once." "Miss Fairfax? Mrs. Hayes?" Holmes inquired. "Can either of you recall the specific moment when you last saw Mr. Blackwood clearly and unambiguously?" The two ladies exchanged glances, and I saw in their expressions the dawning realization that what had seemed like clear memories were upon examination frustratingly vague and inconsistent. "The fog was very thick," Miss Fairfax admitted slowly, "and there was considerable activity, with the ostlers working and passengers moving about. I suppose it is possible that in the confusion. But his luggage," Mrs. Hayes protested with the tenacity of a practical mind confronting the impossible. "Surely the presence or absence of his belongings can be established with certainty." Holmes nodded approvingly. "An excellent point, Mrs. Hayes, and indeed, that is perhaps the most telling detail of all." He gestured toward the space where Blackwood's valise should have rested. "For you see, the question is not merely when Mr. Blackwood disappeared, but how he managed to do so while removing every trace of his presence, including luggage that was never out of sight of at least one member of our party." The implications of Holmes's observation settled over our small company like a cold fog. We sat in stunned silence, each reviewing our memories and finding them suddenly unreliable, each confronting the impossible fact that a man had vanished from our midst as completely as if he had never existed. Outside our coach, the fog continued to thicken, and the familiar sounds of our journey took on an ominous quality. Inside, 6 people, who had thought themselves rational beings, sat staring at an empty space that defied every law of physics and logic they had ever accepted. It was Mrs. Bramwell who finally broke the silence, her voice carrying a note of something approaching hysteria. "Then what are you suggesting, Mr. Holmes? That Mr. Blackwood was never real, that we all imagined him?" Holmes's expression remained perfectly composed as he replied, "I am suggesting, madam, that we have witnessed something that appears impossible, but must nevertheless have a rational explanation. The question is not whether Mr. Blackwood existed. The evidence of our collective memory establishes that, beyond doubt. The question is how a man can vanish from a locked coach while 6 witnesses watch the very space he occupied. As if summoned by his words, the coach swayed gently around a curve, and the lamp flickered, casting dancing shadows that seemed to emphasize the supernatural quality of our circumstances. In that wavering light, I found myself wondering if the empty space beside me had ever truly been occupied, or if we had all somehow fallen under the influence of some collective delusion. The mystery of the vanishing passenger had begun, and I sensed that before it reached its resolution, it would challenge everything I thought I understood about the nature of reality itself. The silence that followed Mrs. Bramwell's anguished question seemed to press against the walls of our coach like a living thing. In that suspended moment, as we all stared at the empty space that should have contained Mr. Blackwood, I found myself experiencing the peculiar sensation that accompanies the complete overthrow of one's fundamental assumptions about the nature of reality. Holmes, however, appeared entirely untroubled by the impossible circumstances that had reduced the rest of us to bewildered silence. Indeed, as I observed him in the flickering lamplight, I detected signs of that intense satisfaction that appeared whenever he encountered a problem worthy of his unique abilities. His fingers had begun their familiar drumming against his knee, a habit that invariably accompanied his most productive periods of mental activity. "My dear companions," he began, his voice carrying the calm authority that had guided us through countless mysteries, "I fear that our collective distress stems from a fundamental error in our approach to this puzzle. We have been asking ourselves how Mr. Blackwood could disappear from our midst, when the more productive question might be, when did he actually disappear?" Young Ashford leaned forward with desperate eagerness. "But surely the answer is obvious, Mr. Holmes. He was present when we stopped at the inn, and absent when we resumed our journey. The disappearance must have occurred during our stop, must it?" Holmes replied with the gentle tone he employed when guiding a student toward a crucial insight. "Let us examine that assumption. More careful, shall we?" He settled back into his corner of the bench, his keen eyes moving from face to face as he began what I recognized as one of his methodical demonstrations of deductive reasoning. "Mrs. Hayes, you mentioned that you and Miss Fairfax observed Mr. Blackwood engaged in conversation with our driver when you returned from the inn. Can you describe his appearance at that moment?" Mrs. Hayes frowned in concentration, her practical mind clearly struggling with memories that seemed less reliable under scrutiny. he was. That is, I saw a figure speaking with the driver. In the fog, with the lamplight creating such uncertain visibility. Precisely, Holmes interjected gently. You saw a figure, but did you observe Mr. Blackwood's face clearly? Did you hear his voice distinctly? Did you notice any specific detail that could only have been attributable to him? The uncomfortable silence that followed provided its own answer. Mrs. Hayes shook her head slowly, her expression showing the dawning realization that her certainty had been built upon assumptions rather than clear observation. Miss Fairfax, Holmes continued, you mentioned seeing Mr. Blackwood when you approached the coach for reboarding. What specifically did you observe? The elderly governess clutched her book of poetry more tightly, her trembling hands betraying the distress caused by having her memories questioned. Aye, there was someone near the coach, a gentleman in dark clothing. But the fog was so thick, and my attention was focused on managing the coach steps safely. Of course, Holmes acknowledged with evident sympathy. And Mrs. Bramwell, you recalled Mr. Blackwood commenting upon the fog. But can you remember hearing his voice clearly? Or might the comment have come from another member of our party? Mrs. Bramwell's face had grown pale beneath her mourning veil. In the confusion of reboarding, with everyone speaking at once. I cannot be certain. And Mr. Ashford, Holmes addressed the young clerk with particular gentleness. You were quite specific about Mr. Blackwood asking you to mind his valise. Yet when exactly did this conversation occur before your pacing began, during one of your circuits? After you returned to the cocher. Ashford's expression showed the kind of anguish I had observed in patients confronting the unreliability of their own perceptions. I cannot place it precisely in time, he admitted. The conversation seemed real, but looking back, perhaps it was something I expected him to say. Given his earlier concerns about his luggage, Holmes nodded with evident satisfaction. Excellent observations, all now Watson, as the only member of our party with no specific recollection of interacting with Mr. Blackwood during our stop. What did you actually observe? I considered his question, carefully applying the systematic approach that years of medical practice had ingrained. I positioned myself where I could observe both our scattered company and the work of the ostlers. I saw each of you at various points during our stop, but I paused, struck by a sudden realization. Good heavens, Holmes, I cannot recall a single specific moment when I observed Mr. Blackwood clearly and unambiguously during our 25 minutes at the Pilgrim's Rest. Precisely, Watson. And that observation leads us to a far more interesting question than how Mr. Blackwood disappeared from the inn. It suggests that we should be asking when he actually disappeared from our coach. The implications of Holmes's reasoning began to penetrate our collective bewilderment. If Blackwood hadn't been present at the inn stop, if our memories of seeing him there were based on assumptions and expectations rather than clear observation, then when had he actually vanished? Mrs. Hayes was the first to grasp the full significance of Holmes's line of reasoning. Are you suggesting, Mr. Holmes, that Mr. Blackwood disappeared from this coach while we were travelling? While we were all sitting here, talking with him, observing him directly? That is precisely what I am suggesting, Holmes replied. Moreover, I believe I can identify the approximate time when this impossible vanishing occurred. He reached into his waistcoat and withdrew his notebook, that leather-bound repository of observations that had served him through countless investigations. During our journey, I made note of various details that seemed potentially significant. Allow me to share some of these observations with you. Holmes opened the notebook and consulted his precise handwriting by the uncertain light of our swaying lamp. At approximately 9:30, some 2 hours after our departure from London, I observed that Mr. Blackwood had grown noticeably quieter in his contributions to our conversation. His earlier gregariousness had given way to what appeared to be preoccupation or anxiety. Miss Fairfax nodded slowly. Yes, I recall that change in his manner. I attributed it to fatigue from travel. A reasonable assumption, Holmes agreed. At approximately 10 o'clock, I noted that Mr. Blackwood's responses to direct questions had become somewhat mechanical, appropriate in content, but lacking his earlier spontaneity and personal detail. Like a man whose mind was elsewhere, Mrs. Bramwell observed. Or, Holmes suggested quietly, like responses that we expected to hear rather than words actually spoken. Consider this. During the past hour of our journey, before we reached the inn, did any of you engage Mr. Blackwood in conversation that required specific, personal knowledge that only he could provide? The question hung in the air like a challenge, and I found myself reviewing our recent conversations with new attention. The discussions had been general, observations about the weather, the journey, philosophical reflections on life's challenges. Nothing that had required Blackwood to reveal specific personal details or demonstrate individual knowledge. Young Ashford spoke first, his voice barely audible above the coach's movement. I assumed he was listening to our conversation, but I cannot recall him actually contributing anything specific to the discussion. Nor I, admitted Mrs. Hayes. His presence seemed so natural, so expected, that I did not notice the absence of actual participation. Holmes consulted his notebook again. At approximately 10:15, I observed what appeared to be Mr. Blackwood adjusting his position in the corner of our bench. However, when I looked more closely, I noticed something curious. The movement seemed to be caused by the natural swaying of the coach, rather than deliberate action on his part. What are you suggesting? I asked, though. I was beginning to form my own hypothesis about the direction of Holmes's reasoning. I am suggesting that sometime between 9:30 and 10:15, Mr. Blackwood ceased to be physically present in this coach. What remained was our collective expectation of his presence, an expectation so strong that we continued to perceive him even after he was no longer there. The concept was so extraordinary that I found myself struggling to accept it, despite the logic of Holmes's presentation. But Holmes, surely such a thing is impossible. We were all aware, all alert. How could a man simply vanish from our midst without any of us noticing? An excellent question, Watson, and one that leads us to the heart of this remarkable demonstration of applied psychology. The answer lies in understanding how human perception actually operates, particularly in conditions of limited visibility, rhythmic motion, and focused attention. Holmes closed his notebook and leaned forward slightly, his manner taking on the professorial quality that appeared when he was explaining complex concepts. Consider the conditions within our coach. Dim, flickering lamplight that creates more shadow than illumination. Constant rhythmic motion that induces a mild hypnotic state. Close quarters that make direct observation difficult without appearing rude. Most importantly, engaged conversation that focuses our attention on words and ideas, rather than physical details. Mrs. Fairfax was following Holmes's explanation with the sharp attention of a mind accustomed to pedagogical reasoning. You are suggesting that these conditions created a kind of collective trance. Not a trance, exactly, but a state of altered attention in which our minds filled in expected details, rather than observing actual ones. In the uncertain light, with our focus on conversation, we continued to perceive Mr. Blackwood's presence because we expected it to be there. But his voice, protested Ashford. Surely we would have noticed if he stopped speaking entirely. Holmes smiled with evident appreciation for the question. Would we? Review our conversation carefully, Mr. Ashford. During the past hour, did you hear Mr. Blackwood express any original thoughts, share any specific memories, or provide any information that came uniquely from him? The young man's face showed the struggle of memory, trying to distinguish between expectation and reality. I thought I heard him agree with various points, make sounds of acknowledgement. Precisely, sounds that you expected to hear, and that your mind, therefore, provided. In the rhythmic noise of our travel, with conversation flowing around us, it became remarkably easy for our collective expectation to supply what was no longer actually present. Mrs. Bramwell had been listening with growing amazement. Then you are saying that we have been talking to nothing? To empty space? To our memory of Mr. Blackwood, Holmes corrected gently. To the impression he had made upon us during the early part of our journey, reinforced by our expectation that he continued to be present. I found myself applying my medical knowledge to Holmes's extraordinary theory. It would be analogous to phantom limb syndrome, I observed, where patients continue to feel sensation in amputated limbs because the brain continues to process expected signals. An excellent parallel, Watson. In this case, our collective phantom passenger syndrome allowed us to continue perceiving Mr. Blackwood long after his actual departure. The lamp flickered more dramatically as we rounded a curve, and in that uncertain light I found myself looking at the space beside Holmes with new understanding. Had I been seeing something that wasn't there? Had we all been party to a mass hallucination of presence? Mrs. Hayes, ever practical, raised the obvious objection. But Mr. Holmes, your theory still does not explain how Mr. Blackwood could have physically departed from a moving coach. Surely that presents insurmountable difficulties. An excellent point Holmes acknowledged, and that brings us to the truly ingenious aspect of this remarkable demonstration. For you see, Mr. Blackwood did not depart from a moving coach. Then, when demanded, Ashford Holmes consulted his pocket watch. If my calculations are correct, he departed approximately 27 minutes ago when we made our scheduled stop at Shepherd's Cross for water and rest for the horses. The silence that greeted this announcement was profound. I searched my memory for any recollection of a stop called Shepherd's Cross, but found nothing. I beg your pardon, I said finally, but I have no memory of any such stop. Nor I, echoed Mrs. Fairfax, that Holmes replied with evident satisfaction, is because you were not intended to remember it. It was during that carefully orchestrated pause that Mr. Blackwood made his exit, not dramatically, not mysteriously, but with the mundane simplicity of a passenger alighting at his intended destination. Mrs. Hayes leaned forward with intense interest. Are you suggesting that our memories have been deliberately altered? Not altered, Holmes corrected, but rather managed. Consider the sequence of events. Approximately 45 minutes ago, our coach made a brief stop. ostensibly for the horses, though they showed no signs of requiring rest. During this stop, conducted in thick fog and lasting perhaps 3 minutes, Mr. Blackwood simply stepped down and walked away. But surely we would remember such an occurrence, protested Mrs. Bramwell. Under ordinary circumstances, yes. But these were not ordinary circumstances. The stop was brief, the fog was thick, and most importantly, we had all been subtly prepared to accept Mr. Blackwood's gradual withdrawal from our active conversation. By the time he actually departed, his absence felt natural, rather than surprising. Holmes paused, allowing his explanation to settle in our minds before continuing. Moreover, I suspect that during the few minutes of that stop, certain suggestions were made, perhaps by our driver, perhaps by an apparent inn employee, that encouraged us to focus on other matters. While Mr. Blackwood concluded his business, young Ashford was staring at Holmes with something approaching awe. You mean we were deliberately deceived? That this entire disappearance was planned and orchestrated and executed with remarkable skill. Holmes confirmed. What we have witnessed is not supernatural phenomena, but rather a masterful demonstration of applied psychology combined with theatrical misdirection. I found myself reviewing the evening's events with new understanding, and details that had seemed insignificant began to take on new meaning. The fog, I observed. It provided perfect cover for such deception. Indeed, Watson, and I suspect that if we were to investigate, we would find that the fog's thickness and persistence tonight is not entirely natural. But that is a detail for later consideration. Mrs. Hayes was shaking her head in amazement. But the planning required, the coordination. Surely such elaborate deception requires significant resources and motivation. Holmes's expression grew more serious. Indeed it does, Mrs. Hayes. Which brings us to the most important question of all. Why did Mr. Blackwood feel it necessary to vanish in such an elaborate manner? What circumstances could drive a man to such extraordinary lengths to disappear? As if summoned by his words, our coach began to slow, and through the window I could see the lights of what appeared to be a substantial town emerging from the fog ahead of us. Canterbury, presumably, and with it, the answers to the questions that Holmes had raised. I believe, Holmes continued, that we shall find the solution to Mr. Blackwood's mysterious departure intimately connected with the case that brought us to Canterbury in the first place. His presence on our coach was no coincidence, nor was his disappearance merely a display of theatrical cleverness. The coach was slowing more significantly now, and I could hear the familiar sounds that indicated our journey was approaching its end. Outside, the fog was beginning to thin, revealing the outlines of buildings and streets that spoke of civilization and normalcy. Yet, nothing about our circumstances felt normal anymore. We had travelled through a mystery that challenged the fundamental reliability of human perception, and I found myself wondering what other assumptions about reality would be tested before this extraordinary case reached its conclusion. Holmes was gathering his belongings with his characteristic efficiency, but his manner suggested anticipation rather than simple arrival. I suspect, my dear companions, that our adventure is far from over. Mr. Blackwood's disappearance was merely the opening movement in what promises to be a most complex symphony of deception and revelation. As our coach came to its final halt, and the driver appeared at our door, I realized that the mystery of the vanishing passenger had been solved, yet its solution had only deepened the puzzle of why such elaborate deception had been necessary. The fog was lifting, but the shadows of mystery had only grown deeper. The carriage lamps of Canterbury's main thoroughfare cast a warm, steady glow that seemed almost startling after our hours of travelling by the uncertain light of our coach lamp. As we descended from our conveyance and stood together on the cobblestones of the ancient city, I found myself struck by the curious intimacy that had developed among our small group of travellers. The shared experience of witnessing the impossible, and then having it explained through Holmes's methodical reasoning, had created bonds that transcended the usual boundaries between strangers. Our driver, that weathered professional, whose competence had carried us safely through the fog-shrouded countryside, was already attending to the business of unloading luggage with the efficient movements of long practice. Yet, as I observed him more closely, applying the heightened attention that the evening's revelations had awakened in me, I noticed details that had previously escaped my attention. His movements while practiced carried a subtle quality of tension that seemed inconsistent with the routine conclusion of a familiar route. His eyes moved frequently to Holmes, and when he thought himself unobserved, his expression held a wariness that suggested knowledge of events beyond the ordinary scope of his professional duties. Holmes, I noticed, was studying the driver with equal attention, and I recognized the signs that indicated my friend's mind was rapidly processing implications and connections that remained hidden from the rest of us. "A word, if you please." Holmes addressed the driver with polite authority, stepping slightly apart from our small group. The conversation that followed was conducted in voices too low for me to overhear, but I observed the driver's posture shift from wariness to something approaching relief as Holmes spoke. Whatever assurances my friend provided seemed to ease the man's obvious anxiety, and when they concluded their brief exchange, the driver touched his cap with genuine respect before attending to his horses. "Ladies and gentlemen," Holmes announced, rejoining our group with the purposeful manner that indicated his transition from passive observation to active investigation. "I believe the time has come for complete honesty among us all. The mystery of Mr. Blackwood's disappearance has been solved from a technical perspective, but the human motivations that made such elaborate deception necessary remain to be explored." Miss Fairfax adjusted her grip on her worn travelling bag, her keen intelligence evident in the sharpness of her attention. "You speak as though you suspect we have not been entirely forthcoming about our own circumstances. Mr. Holmes, I speak as one who recognizes that remarkable events rarely occur without equally remarkable reasons," Holmes replied gently. "Mr. Blackwood's vanishing act required careful planning, considerable resources, and the cooperation of multiple individuals. Such efforts are not undertaken lightly, or without compelling motivation. Mrs. Hayes stepped forward with the decisive movement of one accustomed to taking charge of difficult situations. Then, perhaps it is time for us to abandon the polite fictions that have governed our conversation thus far. I suspect we are all here for reasons more complex than we have admitted." Young Ashford looked around our small circle with an expression of growing realization. "Are you suggesting that our meeting on tonight's coach was not coincidental? That we were all somehow selected for this journey?" The evidence strongly suggests that possibility, Holmes confirmed. Consider the remarkable coincidence of 6 individuals, each facing significant life changes, each carrying secrets, each somehow connected to circumstances that would make Mr. Blackwood's disappearance seem necessary. As if his words had broken some invisible restraint, the atmosphere among our small group shifted perceptibly. The careful courtesy that had characterized our interactions throughout the journey gave way to a more direct and urgent quality of attention. Mrs. Bramwell was the first to respond to Holmes's implicit challenge. She reached up with steady hands and carefully lifted her mourning veil, revealing a face that, while marked by genuine grief, was far younger and more determined than I had expected. "My name," she said clearly, "is not Mrs. Helen Bramwell, though I am indeed a recent widow. I am Helen Blackwood, and the man who vanished from our coach tonight was my husband's brother." The revelation struck our small group like a physical blow. Miss Fairfax drew in a sharp breath, while young Ashford stared at the woman before us with evident shock. Mrs. Hayes, however, merely nodded, as if Helen's admission confirmed suspicions she had already formed. "Edmund Blackwood," Helen continued, her voice gaining strength as she shed the burden of deception, "has been living under an assumed identity for the past 18 months, ever since certain financial irregularities in his business affairs made it necessary for him to disappear from his former life. My late husband, his younger brother James, had been providing him with funds and assistance, believing that Edmund was working to resolve his difficulties honourably. Holmes listened to this revelation with the kind of focused attention that indicated the rapid reorganization of facts and theories. But something changed your husband's assessment of the situation. Helen's composure wavered slightly, and I saw beneath her determined facade the genuine pain of recent loss and betrayal. James died quite suddenly 3 months ago. A heart attack brought on, I believe, by the stress of learning the full extent of Edmund's deceptions. On his deathbed, he made me promise to ensure that certain documents would reach the proper authorities, regardless of family loyalty. Documents that could expose the true nature of Edmund's disappearance. Mrs. Hayes inquired, with the sharp understanding of one familiar with complex financial matters. Documents that proved Edmund had not merely fled from business failures, but had actively embezzled funds from clients who trusted him with their life savings, Helen replied, her voice carrying the weight of moral certainty. Elderly pensioners, war widows, working families who had scraped together modest investments, all of them defrauded by a man they believed to be respectable and honourable. Young Ashford's face had grown pale as Helen spoke, and I noticed his hands trembling as he clutched his leather portfolio. Mrs. Blackwood," he stammered. "The firm where I worked, Hartwell and Associates, we handled some of Edmund Blackwood's accounts before his disappearance. The irregularities I discovered, the practices I could not conscience, they involved those same victims you describe." The connections were falling into place with the inexorable logic that characterized Holmes's most complex cases. I found myself understanding not just the mechanics of the evening's deception, but the human desperation that had driven it. "So you, Mr. Ashford Holmes observed, were the clerk whose investigation threatened to expose Edmund's continued activities under his assumed identity. I never intended to cause harm." Ashford protested, his youthful earnestness evident in every word. I simply could not remain silent. when I realized that the same patterns of deception were continuing, that more innocent people were being victimized. When my supervisors made it clear that my concerns were unwelcome, I decided to take the evidence to the authorities myself. Miss Fairfax had been listening to these revelations with the kind of sharp attention that suggested more than casual interest. And I suppose, she said with a slight smile that held no trace of her earlier frailty, that my own presence here tonight was equally carefully orchestrated. Indeed, Holmes replied, for I suspect that you, Miss Fairfax, are not merely a governess seeking new employment, but rather a representative of one of the agencies charged with investigating financial crimes against vulnerable populations. The elderly woman straightened with a dignity that seemed to shed years from her apparent age. Adelaide Fairfax, Special Inspector for the Metropolitan Police's Financial Crimes Division, she announced, with quiet authority. Though I must commend your powers of observation, Mr. Holmes. My colleagues were quite confident that my cover identity was impenetrable. Mrs. Hayes laughed with genuine amusement. Then I suppose it would be pointless for me to maintain my own deception any longer. Caroline Hayes, private investigator retained by several of Edmund Blackwood's victims to recover their stolen funds and see justice done. The web of connections was now fully revealed, and I found myself marvelling at the complex choreography that had brought us all together on this particular night's journey. Yet questions remained about the motivation for such elaborate planning. But why, I asked, addressing the group as a whole? Why this elaborate charade with the vanishing passenger? Surely, if you all knew each other's identities and purposes, more direct cooperation would have been more efficient. Holmes answered with the satisfaction of one whose theoretical framework had been confirmed by events. Because Watson Edmund Blackwood was indeed on this coach tonight, and he needed to be convinced that he had successfully escaped from justice one final time. The elaborate disappearance was not meant to fool us. It was meant to fool him. Helen Blackwood nodded, with evident appreciation for Holmes's insight. Edmund has always prided himself on his cleverness, his ability to stay one step ahead of those who would hold him accountable. We needed him to believe that he had orchestrated the perfect escape, that he had outwitted all of us completely. But where did he go? Demanded Ashford. If he left the coach at that forgotten stop, surely he could simply continue his flight. Miss Fairfax, Inspector Fairfax, smiled with professional satisfaction. Oh, he went exactly where we expected him to go. To the safe house he had prepared, to collect the funds he had hidden, to finalize his arrangements for permanent disappearance. Arrangements that we have been monitoring and preparing to intercept for several weeks. Mrs. Hayes consulted her pocket watch with the efficiency of someone coordinating a complex operation. In fact, if our timing has been accurate, Edmund Blackwood should be walking into the waiting arms of the Canterbury Constabulary at approximately this moment. The elegance of the plan was now fully apparent, and I found myself admiring the sophisticated understanding of human psychology that had made it possible. By allowing Edmund to believe he had successfully vanished, the investigators had encouraged him to lead them directly to evidence that might otherwise have remained hidden forever. But how did you know he would be on tonight's coach? I inquired. Surely such precise timing required advanced knowledge of his intentions. Helen's expression grew sad as she replied. Because I told him I would be travelling to Canterbury tonight, carrying the documents that James had entrusted to me. I let him believe that I was wavering in my resolve to honour my husband's final wishes, that I might be persuaded to destroy the evidence, rather than see it used against family. You used yourself as bait, I observed, with the kind of professional admiration I felt for courage displayed in service of justice. I used the truth, she corrected gently. I genuinely struggled with the conflict between family loyalty and moral obligation. My grief was real. My uncertainty was real. That authenticity was what convinced Edmund to risk one final attempt to retrieve those documents before disappearing forever. Holmes had been listening to these explanations with evident satisfaction, but now his expression grew more serious. And the other passengers? How did you ensure that Mr. Ashford and I would be present to witness Edmund's disappearance? Inspector Fairfax answered with a slight smile. Your reputation for discretion and insight preceded you, Mr. Holmes. When we learned that you had been engaged by one of Edmund's victims to investigate their case, it seemed providential to arrange for you to witness the resolution personally. As for me, Ashford added, L. had been in communication with both Inspector Fairfax and Mrs. Hayes about the evidence I had gathered. When they suggested that a journey to Canterbury might provide an opportunity to see justice done, I was eager to participate. The human elements of the case were now clear, and I found myself deeply moved by the combination of personal courage and professional dedication that had made the evening's events possible. Helen Blackwood had risked her own safety to honour her husband's dying wish. Inspector Fairfax had maintained her difficult deception to protect vulnerable victims. Mrs. Hayes had invested her professional reputation in seeking justice for those who had been wronged. Young Ashford had sacrificed his career prospects rather than remain silent about criminal behaviour. Yet, as I observed Holmes's expression, I sensed that he was not entirely satisfied with the explanations we had received. The plan was indeed elegant, he observed carefully, and the motivations were certainly admirable. Yet I find myself curious about one final element. The technical aspects of Edmund's disappearance, the careful manipulation of our perceptions, the coordination with the driver, the management of our memories. Such sophisticated deception requires specialized knowledge and considerable experience. Mrs. Hayes exchanged a meaningful glance with Inspector Fairfax before answering. We had professional assistance in planning those aspects of the operation. Individuals whose expertise lies in the theatrical arts, combined with others whose understanding of human psychology has been developed through years of investigative work. The same individuals who ensured that tonight's fog was particularly thick and persistent. Holmes inquired with a slight smile. Inspector Fairfax laughed outright at his observation. Mr. Holmes, your reputation for seeing through deception is clearly well deserved. Yes, certain atmospheric enhancements were employed to create optimal conditions for our operation. Nothing harmful, merely chemical compounds that encourage the formation and persistence of natural fog. The completeness of the planning was truly remarkable, and I found myself wondering at the resources and coordination that had been required to orchestrate such a complex deception. Yet, beneath my admiration for the technical brilliance of the operation lay a deeper appreciation for the human courage that had made it necessary. And now, I asked, what becomes of all of you now that justice has been served? Helen Blackwood's expression softened with something approaching peace. Now I can finally grieve properly for James, knowing that I have honoured his final wishes. The documents are in proper hands. The victims will have their chance for restitution, and I can begin to rebuild a life based on truth rather than family secrets. Young Ashford straightened with evident relief. And I can seek new employment with a clear conscience, knowing that I chose principle over security when the choice was required. Inspector Fairfax gathered her belongings with brisk efficiency, and I can return to London knowing that several months of careful investigation have yielded justice for victims who deserve better than they received. Mrs. Hayes smiled with professional satisfaction. And I can inform my clients that their faith in the possibility of justice was not misplaced. As our small group began to disperse, each member heading toward their respective destinations in Canterbury, I found myself reflecting on the remarkable evening we had shared. What had begun as a simple coach journey had evolved into a masterful demonstration of applied psychology, human courage, and the pursuit of justice through unconventional means. Holmes and I made our way toward the lodgings that had been arranged for us, our original case now rendered unnecessary by the night's events. Yet, as we walked through Canterbury's ancient streets, I found myself thinking not of the technical brilliance of the deception we had witnessed, but of the very human struggles that had made such elaborate measures necessary. A remarkable case, Holmes, I observed as we reached our destination indeed, Watson, though I confess that the most remarkable aspect was not the cleverness of the deception, but the moral courage of those who planned and executed it. It is reassuring to encounter individuals willing to risk personal comfort in service of justice for others. As we prepared to retire for what remained of the night, I found myself reflecting on the layers of truth and deception that had characterized our journey. Edmund Blackwood had deceived his victims, his family, and ultimately himself. But his hunters had employed deception as well. Deception in service of truth, misdirection in pursuit of justice, elaborate planning designed to ensure that the guilty couldn't escape the consequences of their actions. The fog was finally lifting from Canterbury's streets, but the memory of our strange journey would remain with me always, a reminder that the most profound mysteries often lie not in supernatural phenomena, but in the complex motivations and moral choices that define human character. The morning light that filtered through the leaded windows of our Canterbury lodgings carried with it the crisp promise of autumn clarity, a marked contrast to the fog-shrouded mystery of the previous evening. As I dressed and prepared for what I anticipated would be the final act of our extraordinary case, I found myself reflecting on how dramatically the night's revelations had altered my understanding of human nature and the complex motivations that drive us to extraordinary actions. Holmes had risen early, as was his custom when his mind was engaged with the final threads of a complex investigation. I found him in our small sitting room, fully dressed and consulting his pocket watch with the kind of focused attention that indicated precise timing was crucial to whatever developments lay ahead. "Ah, Watson," he greeted me with evident satisfaction. "I trust you slept well despite the remarkable events of our journey." "As well as could be expected," I replied, settling into the chair opposite him. Though I confess my dreams were filled with vanishing passengers and phantom conversations, I find myself wondering how our fellow travellers are faring this morning. "An excellent question," Holmes replied, rising and moving to the window that overlooked Canterbury's main thoroughfare. "And one that we shall have answered shortly, if my understanding of the situation proves correct." As if summoned by his words, a gentle knock came at our door. Holmes opened it to reveal young Timothy Ashford, though the nervous, anxiety-ridden clerk of the previous evening had been replaced by a young man whose bearing suggested relief and renewed purpose. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," he greeted us with a warmth that seemed to spring from genuine gratitude. "I hope you will forgive the early intrusion, but I wanted to share news of last night's conclusion before departing for London. Please come in," Holmes replied, gesturing Ashford to a chair. "I take it that the operation proceeded as planned." Ashford's smile was answer enough, but he provided details with the enthusiasm of one who had witnessed justice, served after months of moral uncertainty. Edmund Blackwood was taken into custody at precisely 11:47 last night, just as he was attempting to access a safety deposit box containing both stolen funds and documents that will prove invaluable in recovering assets for his victims. "And his reaction to capture?" I inquired, my medical curiosity aroused by the psychological aspects of the case. According to Inspector Fairfax, who was present for the arrest, he seemed almost relieved. Ashford replied with evident surprise at this detail. She said that maintaining his elaborate deceptions had taken such a toll that capture represented a kind of liberation, even as it meant the end of his freedom. Holmes nodded with the understanding of one who had observed the psychological effects of sustained deception on the human spirit. The burden of living a lie, particularly one involving the harm of innocent people, creates its own form of imprisonment. In some cases, actual incarceration provides relief from the constant vigilance required to maintain false identities. A second knock interrupted our conversation, and this time our visitor proved to be Mrs. Helen Blackwood, though the grieving widow of the previous evening had been transformed into a woman whose bearing suggested the lifting of an enormous burden. Her mourning dress remained the same, but her carriage and expression spoke of someone who had finally found peace after months of moral struggle. "Gentlemen," she said as Holmes welcomed her into our small sitting room, "I wanted to express my gratitude personally before returning to London. Your presence last night provided not only professional validation of our operation, but also the kind of moral support that made a difficult decision bearable." "My dear lady," Holmes replied with genuine warmth, "it was we who were privileged to witness such a remarkable demonstration of courage in service of justice. Your willingness to honor your husband's final wishes, despite the personal cost, reflects the kind of character that gives one faith in human nature." Helen settled into the remaining chair with the kind of composed grace that suggested years of practice in managing difficult circumstances. "I must confess that James's death left me not only grieving, but also facing a terrible choice between family loyalty and moral obligation. For months, I wavered between protecting Edmund, my only remaining family connection, and honoring James's belief that the victims of fraud deserved justice above family considerations. What ultimately decided you?" I asked, recognizing in her struggle the kind of moral dilemma that my own military experience had occasionally presented. "A letter," she replied simply, reaching into her reticule to withdraw a worn envelope. "One of Edmund's victims, an elderly war widow named Mrs. Margaret Pemberton, wrote to James shortly before his death, describing how the loss of her savings had forced her to sell her late husband's medals to pay for basic necessities. The image she painted struck me with particular force, as I could easily imagine the desperation that would drive a soldier's widow to such extremes. The sacrifice represented not just financial loss, but the destruction of precious memories and honour earned through service to country. James wept when he read that letter, Helen continued, her voice carrying the weight of that memory. He said that family loyalty couldn't justify allowing such suffering to continue, that Edmund's victims were someone else's family members who deserved protection as much as we wanted to protect our own. Holmes had been listening with the kind of focused attention that indicated his recognition of the moral complexity involved. And so you chose to honour not just your husband's final request, but his understanding of justice as something that transcends family boundaries. Precisely, Helen agreed, though I must admit that the decision became easier when Inspector Fairfax assured me that the operation would be conducted with Edmund's safety as a priority. Justice was the goal, but not vengeance. Our conversation was interrupted by a third arrival, Inspector Fairfax herself, who appeared in our doorway with the brisk efficiency that had characterized her undercover performance, but now carried the satisfaction of successful completion of duty. Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, she greeted us with professional courtesy, before acknowledging her collaborators. Mrs. Blackwood, Mr. Ashford. I hope you will forgive my intrusion, but I wanted to provide a complete report on last night's conclusion. Please, Holmes replied. We are all eager to hear how the various threads of the case have been resolved. Inspector Fairfax consulted a small notebook with practised efficiency. Edmund Blackwood is now in custody and has been charged with fraud, embezzlement, and conspiracy to defraud. More importantly, his cooperation in exchange for consideration of his circumstances has led to the recovery of nearly 80% of the stolen funds. 80%. Ashford exclaimed, with evident relief. That's far more than we had dared hope for. Indeed, the inspector agreed. It appears that Edmund's psychological burden was so great that he had been compelled to maintain detailed records of his activities, perhaps as a form of confession to himself, or preparation for eventual restitution. These records have proven invaluable in tracing funds and identifying additional victims who had not yet come forward. Helen's expression showed a mixture of relief and continuing sadness. I am grateful that some good can come from this tragedy, though I cannot help but grieve for the brother-in-law I thought I knew, who perhaps never truly existed. Holmes addressed her concern with the gentle wisdom that appeared when he dealt with the human aftermath of criminal behaviour. Perhaps, Mrs. Blackwood, the Edmund who showed kindness to you and James was real, even as he was engaged in deceiving others. Human nature is complex enough to contain contradictory elements. The same person can be capable of both genuine affection and harmful deception. A comforting thought, Helen replied, though her expression suggested she would need time to fully accept such complexity. Mrs. Caroline Hayes appeared at our door at that moment, completing our reunion of the previous evening's co-conspirators. Her practical bearing remained unchanged, but her manner suggested the professional satisfaction of a difficult case successfully concluded. "Good morning, all," she announced with evident pleasure. "I trust you will not mind my joining what appears to be an impromptu celebration of justice served." "Indeed," Holmes replied, gesturing for her to join our small gathering. "Your presence completes our company perfectly. I trust your clients will be pleased with the evening's results." "Enormously pleased," Mrs. Hayes confirmed. Several of them had given up hope of ever seeing restitution for their losses. The news that the majority of their funds can be recovered has provided not just financial relief, but restoration of faith in the possibility of justice. Inspector Fairfax nodded with evident satisfaction. Which brings me to another important development. The success of our operation and the methods employed have attracted attention from senior officials who are interested in developing similar approaches for other complex fraud cases. You mean the psychological techniques used to manipulate Edmund's perceptions? I inquired, fascinated by the implications for future criminal investigations. Precisely, the inspector replied. The combination of theatrical misdirection, carefully managed, Gurop psychologue, and strategic use of environmental conditions proved remarkably effective. We believe similar methods could be adapted for use in other cases, where traditional investigative approaches have proven insufficient. Holmes's expression showed both appreciation for the innovation and concern about potential misuse. A powerful tool, certainly, but one that would require careful ethical guidelines to prevent abuse. Absolutely agreed, Inspector Fairfax replied. Which is why we hope you might be willing to consult on the development of such guidelines, Mr. Holmes. Your understanding of both criminal psychology and ethical investigation would be invaluable in establishing proper protocols. The conversation that followed explored various aspects of how the previous evening's techniques might be refined and ethically employed, but I found my attention drawn increasingly to the personal transformations that had resulted from the case's resolution. Young Ashford, freed from the burden of carrying evidence of wrongdoing alone, had regained the optimistic energy appropriate to his age and prospects. Inspector Fairfax, having successfully concluded a complex investigation, demonstrated the quiet satisfaction that comes from duty well performed. Mrs. Hayes had achieved justice for her clients while expanding her own professional capabilities. Most significantly, Helen Blackwood had found peace through making the difficult but correct moral choice. "What will you do now?" I asked Helen, as our group began to prepare for various departures. "Return to London initially," she replied with thoughtful consideration, "to settle James's affairs and my own future. But I find myself drawn to the possibility of working with organizations that assist victims of financial fraud. Perhaps my experience can be of use in helping others navigate similar difficulties. An admirable purpose, Holmes observed, and one that would honor your husband's memory while providing meaningful direction for your own life." Young Ashford cleared his throat nervously before addressing the group. "I hope you won't think me presumptuous, but Inspector Fairfax has suggested that my experience and evidence-gathering skills might be valuable in her department's work. I'm considering a career change from commercial accounting to criminal investigation. An excellent transition, I observed, recognizing the young man's natural aptitude for careful observation and moral courage. Your background will provide valuable insight into the methods used by financial criminals." Mrs. Hayes gathered her belongings with characteristic efficiency. "As for me, this case has opened entirely new possibilities for my practice. The combination of traditional investigation with psychological manipulation promises to be quite effective in certain circumstances. And you, Inspector Holmes, inquire. I shall be returning to London to file reports and begin work on the protocols we discussed. Though I must admit, I shall miss the intellectual stimulation of working with such a remarkable group of collaborators would remain with me always. As our impromptu gathering began to dissolve, each member preparing to return to their respective lives and responsibilities, I found myself struck by the bonds that had been forged through our shared experience. What had begun as a coach journey among strangers had evolved into a collaborative effort that had achieved justice, while transforming the lives of everyone involved. Holmes and I prepared for our own return journey to London, though our mode of transportation would be the conventional railway, rather than the atmospheric intimacy of coach travel. As we made our way to Canterbury's railway station, I reflected on the remarkable evolution of what had initially appeared to be an impossible mystery. A most satisfying case, Holmes, I observed, as we waited for our train. Though I confess I find the human elements more fascinating than the technical aspect of the deception. Indeed, Watson, the true mystery was never how Edmund Blackwood managed to vanish from our coach, but why good people felt compelled to employ such elaborate methods to ensure that justice was served. The answer lay not in supernatural phenomena or impossible physics, but in the moral courage of individuals willing to risk personal comfort for the welfare of others. As our train departed Canterbury station and began its journey back to London, I found myself looking forward to recording the case in detail. Yet, I knew that no written account could fully capture the atmospheric intimacy of that fog-shrouded coach journey, or the complex interplay of human motivations that had made the evening's events necessary. The mystery of the vanishing carriage passenger had been solved, but its resolution had revealed deeper truths about human nature, moral courage, and the sometimes necessary complexity of pursuing justice in an imperfect world. The fog had lifted, both literally and figuratively, but the memory of that extraordinary night, a reminder that the most profound mysteries often lie not in the supernatural, but in the depths of human character, and the choices we make when principle conflicts with convenience. Our train rolled through the English countryside toward London, carrying us back to our familiar lives and routines, but bearing with us the knowledge that we had witnessed something rare and valuable. The triumph of justice achieved through the combined efforts of individuals who chose courage over safety, principle over profit, and truth over comfort. The case was closed, but its lessons would endure. The fire has burned lower now as I complete this account, the flames settling into the comfortable glow that speaks of evening's gentle transition toward night. The clock on my mantelpiece chimes the hour of 11, and I realize that I have been writing for nearly as long as our original journey to Canterbury took. A fitting symmetry that would have amused Holmes, who always appreciated the elegant patterns that emerge when one examines life with sufficient attention to detail. As I set down my pen and flex fingers that have grown stiff with prolonged writing, I find myself transported once again to that fog-shrouded coach, surrounded by strangers who became collaborators, witnesses to what seemed impossible, but for them proved to be merely ingenious. The lamplight that now illuminates these pages carries echoes of that swaying coach lamp, and I can almost hear again the rhythmic cadence of wheels upon the Canterbury road. 3 years have passed since that remarkable October evening, 3 years that have brought their own changes and revelations. the case of the vanishing carriage passenger has taken its place among my collected records of Holmes's investigations. But unlike so many of our adventures, this one continues to evolve, its influence spreading in ways none of us could have anticipated at the time. Just this morning, I received a letter from Helen Blackwood, though she has returned to using her maiden name of Helen Morrison, finding in that change a symbol of her liberation from the shadows of family shame. Her work with the Society for the Protection of Financial Fraud Victims has become her life's mission, and her letters speak of a purpose and contentment that I find deeply gratifying to witness. In her most recent correspondence, she described a case remarkably similar to our Canterbury adventure, a sophisticated fraud perpetrated against elderly investors, with the criminals employing psychological manipulation techniques to maintain their victims' confidence, even as they systematically drained their savings. The investigation, she wrote, had been conducted using methods pioneered by Inspector Fairfax's department, methods that trace their origin directly to the techniques employed in Edmund's capture. Dr. Watson, her letter concluded, I often think of that night, when we all sat together in that small coach, each carrying our secrets and fears, not knowing that we were about to become part of something larger than any individual quest for justice. That experience taught me that the most profound changes in our lives often come not from grand gestures or dramatic revelations, but from the quiet courage to do what we know to be right, even when the outcome remains uncertain. Her words resonated with thoughts I had been carrying since beginning this account. The mystery of the vanishing passenger had indeed been solved through Holmes's brilliant deduction and the collaborative courage of remarkable individuals, but its deeper significance lay in what it revealed about the nature of human connection and moral responsibility. Young Timothy Ashford has thrived in his new career with the Metropolitan Police's Financial Crimes Division. His natural aptitude for detail work and moral sensitivity making him invaluable in investigating cases involving vulnerable victims. His letters, for we have maintained a correspondence that speaks to the bonds forged during our shared adventure, describe work that provides both intellectual challenge and moral satisfaction. I find myself thinking often of the coach journey he wrote in his last communication, not because of the mystery itself, but because of what it taught me about the courage required to act on principle when easier alternatives present themselves. That night, I learned that doing the right thing often requires not just individual resolve, but the support of others who share our commitment to justice. Inspector Fairfax, now Chief Inspector Fairfax, promoted in recognition of her innovative approaches to criminal investigation, has become something of a pioneer in the application of psychological principles to law enforcement. Her department now regularly employs techniques that combine traditional investigation with carefully orchestrated deception, though always within strict ethical guidelines that Holmes helped to establish. She visits Baker Street, occasionally consulting with Holmes on particularly complex cases, and her presence always reminds me of that remarkable elderly governess who fooled us all so completely. Her success in developing new investigative methods has attracted attention from police departments throughout Europe, and her influence on modern criminal investigation continues to expand. The Canterbury case, she observed during her last visit, demonstrated that the most effective deception often involves allowing people to deceive themselves. Edmund Blackwood vanished so completely because we created conditions that encouraged his own assumptions and expectations to supply what was no longer actually present. The principle has proven applicable to numerous subsequent investigations. Mrs. Caroline Hayes expanded her private investigation practice considerably, following the publicity generated by the case's resolution. Her combination of traditional detective work with innovative psychological techniques has made her services highly sought after, particularly in cases involving white-collar crime and sophisticated fraud. Her correspondence, always practical and direct, nevertheless carries warmth when she refers to our shared adventure. That night taught me that the most complex mysteries often have surprisingly simple solutions, she wrote recently, but also that the human elements of any case are invariably more intricate and meaningful than the technical aspects. The real mystery was never how Edmund disappeared, but why good people were willing to risk so much to ensure that justice was served. And what of Edmund Blackwood himself? His story provides perhaps most poignant illustration of the case's lasting implications. His cooperation with authorities led to the recovery of additional funds and the identification of previously unknown victims, but more significantly, it revealed the psychological toll that sustained deception had taken upon his character. The man who had seemed so confident and affable during the early part of our journey had been, in reality, struggling with guilt, anxiety, and the constant fear of discovery. His elaborate disappearance had been motivated not just by desire to escape justice, but by a desperate hope that he could somehow become a different person, free from the burden of his crimes. Inspector Fairfax shared with us that Edmund's time in prison had been marked by genuine efforts at redemption. He had used his financial expertise to assist in recovering funds for other fraud victims, had worked with prison authorities to develop programs for preventing financial crimes, and had maintained extensive correspondence with some of those he had wronged, seeking not forgiveness, but understanding. Perhaps most remarkably, she told us, he has expressed gratitude for his capture, saying that the elaborate nature of his arrest helped him understand that his attempts to disappear had been less about escaping others, and more about trying to escape himself, something that can never be accomplished through deception or flight. Holmes found this psychological dimension of the case particularly fascinating, incorporating Edmund's experience into his broader understanding of criminal psychology. The human desire to reinvent oneself, he observed, is neither inherently good nor evil. It becomes destructive only when it involves harming others or refusing to accept responsibility for past actions. True transformation requires acknowledgement of what came before, not escape from it. This insight has proven valuable in numerous subsequent cases, helping Holmes understand the motivations of criminals who sought to create new identities rather than simply evade capture. The psychological principles revealed in our Canterbury adventure have enhanced his already formidable abilities as a consulting detective. For my own part, the case provided lessons that extended far beyond criminal investigation. As a medical man, I had always understood that healing required honest assessment of existing conditions before appropriate treatment could be applied. The Canterbury case taught me that this principle applies equally to moral and social ailments, Justice cannot be achieved through denial or comfortable lies, but only through courageous acknowledgement of truth, however painful. The bonds formed among our small group of travellers have endured in ways that continue to enrich my life. We maintain correspondence, gather occasionally for reunions, and have collaborated on several subsequent cases involving financial fraud. The trust and mutual respect developed during those few hours in a fog-shrouded coach have proven more durable than many friendships formed under conventional circumstances. Perhaps most significantly, the case changed my understanding of what constitutes true mystery. Before that October evening, I had been inclined to find the most fascinating puzzles in seemingly impossible physical phenomena: locked rooms, vanishing, weapons, inexplicable deaths. The vanishing passenger case taught me that the deepest mysteries lie not in defying physical laws, but in understanding the complex moral equations that govern human behavior. Why do some people choose principle over profit? What drives individuals to risk personal safety for the welfare of strangers? How do ordinary people find the courage to confront extraordinary evil? These questions, I have come to believe, are more worthy of investigation than any locked room puzzle, and their answers more valuable than the solution to any technical mystery. The fog that had shrouded our journey that night has become, in my memory, a metaphor for the uncertainty that accompanies all moral choices. When we cannot see clearly ahead, when the consequences of our actions remain hidden in mist, we must rely on internal compass, rather than external landmarks. The remarkable individuals who shared our coach that night demonstrated that such internal guidance, properly cultivated, can lead us true, even in the thickest fog. Holmes has often remarked that the case represents one of his most satisfying professional experiences, not because of its technical complexity, but because of its demonstration that justice achieved through collaboration and moral courage is more enduring than justice imposed through force or authority alone. The techniques developed during our Canterbury adventure have been employed in dozens of subsequent cases, always with attention to the ethical principles that made our original success possible. "Watson," he said to me just last week, as we reviewed correspondence from our various Canterbury collaborators, "that case taught me something crucial about the nature of detection itself. We often focus on the intellectual challenge of solving puzzles, but the true purpose of our work lies in restoring moral equilibrium to situations where it has been disrupted. The vanishing passenger case succeeded, not because we solved an impossible mystery, but because we helped good people triumph over deception and greed." As I sit here in the comfortable quiet of my study, surrounded by the accumulated records of 3 decades of partnership with Holmes, I find myself grateful for that fog-shrouded October evening, in ways that extend far beyond professional satisfaction. The case taught me that the most meaningful adventures often begin with the simple decision to travel alongside strangers, to remain open to unexpected connections, and to trust that moral courage, properly applied, can achieve results that seem impossible to those who rely solely on conventional approaches. The vanishing carriage passenger has taken his place among our most memorable cases. But unlike many of Holmes's investigations, this one continues to generate positive consequences years after its conclusion. Victims have been restored to financial security. New investigative techniques have enhanced law enforcement capabilities. And several remarkable individuals have found purpose and direction through their participation in the pursuit of justice. More personally, the case provided me with friendships that have enriched my life immeasurably and insights that have enhanced my understanding of human nature. The trust developed among our small group during those few hours of shared uncertainty has proven more valuable than relationships formed under more conventional circumstances. I think often of Mrs. Margaret Pemberton, the war widow whose letter had provided Helen Blackwood with the moral clarity needed to choose justice over family loyalty. Through the recovery of stolen funds, she was able to reclaim her husband's medals from the pawnbroker and restore them to their place of honour in her small sitting room. Inspector Fairfax visited her several months after the case's conclusion and reported that Mrs. Pemberton spoke with tears in her eyes of having her husband's memory restored to its proper dignity. Such individual stories remind me that behind every complex investigation lie human beings whose lives hang in the balance. The technical brilliance of solving mysteries means nothing if it fails to serve the cause of human welfare. Our Canterbury adventure succeeded precisely because it remained focused on protecting victims rather than merely apprehending criminals. The coach that carried us through that mysterious night has long since been retired from service, but I am told that the Pilgrim's Rest Inn still operates, serving travellers along the Canterbury Road. I have often thought of returning there, of sitting in its warm common room and remembering the extraordinary events that began with our brief stop in its fog-shrouded courtyard. Perhaps someday I shall make that pilgrimage, not to solve another mystery, but simply to honour the memory of an evening when strangers became allies, when deception served truth, and when ordinary people discovered within themselves the courage to achieve extraordinary things. The fire has burned down to glowing embers now, and the clock approaches midnight. Outside my window, London settles into its nocturnal rhythms, and I can hear the distant clip-clop of a late hansom making its way through streets that hold mysteries of their own. Somewhere in this great city, Inspector Fairfax may be planning another complex investigation. Mrs. Hayes may be gathering evidence for a new case, and Timothy Ashford may be reviewing files that will protect future victims from financial predators. Helen Morrison, as she now prefers to be called, continues her work with fraud victims, helping them navigate the complex process of recovery while building new lives from the ruins of betrayed trust. Her letters speak of challenges and satisfactions that echo our original Canterbury adventure, of finding strength in collaboration, and hope in the possibility that justice, though delayed, need not be denied. As for Edmund Blackwood, his own letters, for he has maintained correspondence with several of us, speak of a man genuinely seeking redemption through service to others. His work within the prison system to prevent financial crimes has already protected numerous potential victims, and his cooperation with authorities continues to yield recoveries for those he wronged. Dr. Watson, he wrote in his most recent letter, "I cannot undo the harm I caused, but I can ensure that my experience serves to prevent others from following the same destructive path. The elaborate nature of my capture taught me that running from oneself is impossible. True freedom comes only from facing the consequences of our choices and working to make amends. his transformation reminds me that the most profound mysteries often involve not the commission of crimes, but the possibility of redemption that follows. The human capacity for moral change, for growth through adversity, for finding purpose in atoning for past failures, these represent puzzles as complex as any that Holmes has encountered, and solutions as valuable as any justice achieved through conventional detection. The mystery of the vanishing carriage passenger began with an impossible disappearance, and ended with very possible redemption, not just for Edmund Blackwood, but for all of us who participated in that extraordinary demonstration of collaborative courage. We had each boarded that coach carrying our individual secrets and fears, but we emerged with shared purpose and lasting connections that continue to enrich our lives. As I extinguish my lamp and prepare for sleep, I am filled with gratitude for that fog-shrouded October evening when 6 strangers became collaborators in pursuit of justice. The mystery was solved, but its deepest significance lay not in the technical brilliance of the solution, but in the demonstration that ordinary people, acting together with moral courage, can achieve results that seem impossible when attempted alone. The vanishing passenger has reappeared, not as the man who fled from justice, but as one who found redemption through accepting responsibility for his actions. The fog has lifted, both literally and metaphorically, revealing a landscape where justice and mercy can coexist, where deception can serve truth, and where the most profound mysteries lie not in supernatural phenomena, but in the depths of human character and the choices we make when principle conflicts with convenience. Sleep comes now, peaceful and restorative, carrying dreams not of impossible puzzles, but of possible futures where courage and compassion continue to triumph over fear and greed, where strangers become allies in the service of justice, and where the most ordinary journeys can lead to the most extraordinary discoveries about the nature of human goodness and the enduring power of moral choice. The case is closed, but its lessons endure, written not only in these pages, but in the lives it has touched and the good it continues to generate. That, perhaps, is the true measure of any mystery's worth, not the elegance of its solution, but the positive change it creates in the world and the lives it transforms for the better. The vanishing carriage passenger has taught us all, in the end, that the most meaningful disappearances involve not the escape from responsibility, but the dissolution of the barriers that separate us from one another and from our better selves. In learning to see past the fog of deception, we discovered the clear light of truth, justice, and human connection that makes all such journeys worthwhile. And so, dear listener, Dr. Watson's pen finally comes to rest, the ink drying on these final pages as the embers in his Baker Street fireplace settle into the soft glow that speaks of night's gentle embrace. The clock has struck midnight, and our good doctor has closed his journal with the quiet satisfaction of a story well told, not just recorded, but lived, remembered, and treasured. The fog that once shrouded a mysterious October evening has long since lifted, but the warmth of human connection forged in that swaying coach remains as vivid as ever. 6 strangers who became allies, a mystery that revealed itself through patience and observation, and justice achieved not through force, but through the quiet courage of ordinary people choosing to do extraordinary good. As Watson extinguishes his lamp and settles into peaceful sleep, we too can rest in the knowledge that some mysteries, once solved, continue to create ripples of positive change long after their conclusion. The vanishing passenger reappeared, not just in body, but in spirit, transformed from one who fled responsibility to one who embraces redemption through service to others. The rhythmic cadence of that long-ago coach journey echoes still, not in the clip-clop of horses on Canterbury Road, but in the steady heartbeat of justice pursued with compassion, truth sought with wisdom, and human connection treasured above all earthly possessions. Let us carry with us, as we drift toward our own peaceful rest, the gentle wisdom that Dr. Watson discovered in his remarkable adventure, that the most profound journeys often begin with simple acts of trust, that strangers can become the dearest of allies, and that courage shared multiplies beyond measure, creating light that can dispel even the thickest fog. Sleep well, knowing that somewhere in the vast network of human kindness, the spirit of that extraordinary night continues. In letters exchanged between friends, in justice served to the vulnerable, in redemption offered to the fallen, and in the quiet satisfaction that comes from choosing principle over convenience, courage over comfort, and truth over deception. The mystery has been solved, the lesson has been learned, and the peace that follows well-earned rest settles over us all like a gentle blanket, warm with the knowledge that good people, working together, can indeed achieve the impossible.